time tomorrow because we have an officer meeting tomorrow.
Change the thing.
Wait, do we need to start later again? Oh no.
It's ending at 2.
Oh
Officer
no.
meeting is ending at 2. Damn it.
maybe do make it safe and like 2:30 or 3.
Nikoma, we have
I think I
E12 coming up.
This is like
E12.
we're reserving 3 hours per officer meeting. It should, if it doesn't end, I mount it. I don't care. Yes. Yeah, we can start too. Guaranteed. Even before
like
tomorrow. I'm 10 minutes late, guys.
So like 2 to 6 we wanna do? Or 7? I don't know. 5 hours, 6 hours?
Yeah. 2 to 6, 2 to 7, something like that. Oh no, actually I also have a meeting at 8. Yeah, okay. So 2 to 6, 2 to 7 would be poke.
Let's see how the keys go. We can just...
Yeah, exactly, dude. Good shit, boys. If you want like extra VCARs, just type what you have and note in the group chat, yeah? Like I think we want to have the there was a cast bar we wanted. I don't know which one it was. But yeah.
Guest bar? The intro thing?
Yeah, you said if there was like a bar for this, that would have been good. I don't know. No, not the intro thing.
The Breath of the Dragon second boss.
Like that. I think it's like quite a bit of like big guest.
Oh yeah, the Mist Dragon. Yeah, true. But there was one more thing I think as well.
All right.
Yeah, I think there's like a lot of things. Yeah, that is needed technically.
It's so funny because I had just finished the cinematic for E12 and they're like, "Jeet, where are you? We're starting."
Okay.
The
was
biggest. The biggest.
You can type it in the Discord.
Blue balls.
Perfect as well.
Did you eat? I ate last night.
Whatever.
What do you think of E11? That's a weird boss in terms of lore, but a pretty cool boss to fight. I feel like that's true of most of the Eden fights. I think most of the Eden fights are cool bosses in terms of fight and kind of weird / not so great in terms of lore. Probably the worst lore story for raids out of the ones I've done. I think Alexander and Omega were both better than Eden in terms of lore. Eat a meal a day. I eat once a day most days. Well, some days. Some days I forget. Music slams. The music's good and the fights are good, but the lore is weak and the stories are weak. Dude, it's okay. It's okay. I'm losing weight. It's good. I'm very overweight. I'm the rare person who prefers Eden over the older two. The story too, or just the raids? I agree that the raid encounters are really good, but the story is questionable, I would say. I knew the word Warrior of Light was massive Pepega. I don't know what he was on when he tried to remember those fights. Maybe there's something about using limit breaks and using the power that distorts his memory or causes hallucinations or who knows what. It's cool to restore the empty. That is true. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why we'd let Reen do that. But Urianger is there to be like, the theory is sound in principle. While we're like, no, it's not. Alright, I need victims to come do E12 with me. I can't, I can't queue until we have friends. Oh, I can't locate Coral right now. I need to invite from the friends list, I guess. Where are you, Coral? I don't know. I don't see you. Jump server? Okay, perfect. That'll help me. More victims. What's Thordan's image in Warrior of Light's head? That's a really good question. Story's different, less coherent, doesn't make as much sense, written for teenage girls. Maybe? I don't know. Eleanor. Eleanor with an A. I think I've got 2 Eleanors on my friends list. There we go. Eleanor Vignette. And then I can invite Coral. Except I can't because something was happening. Now I can. Elia. One more. We need one more victim to come do E12 with me. Are there any brownie lions in E12N? What's worse, friends list or glamour dresser? I don't know. They're both really bad. So is the various kinds of inventories and what you can and can't move between them and what you can and can't sell from. They're all bad. I hate it. I hate it. I hate every single bit of it. I'm gonna have some happy juice. Delicious juice. It costs 2 years to rebuild. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh yeah, Brownie Lions welcoming us back. Yep, let me turn the in-game music up for you. Here it comes.
User disconnected from your channel. Disconnected.
If we don't find one more friend, that's okay. I'll just random queue and we'll bring a DPS friend with us. Still waiting? Oh, the lions. The entity formed by the fusion of Mitron and Gaia seeks to create a utopia where time has no meaning. Should this plan succeed, not only will the vast quantities of ether absorbed by Eden drain the land of life, but Gaia, as you know, will be lost forever. Green makes a desperate bid to send you in pursuit, though there is no way of knowing what manner of danger. That does explain a little bit more about how weird the last boss was. One sec. I'll wait for you then. I'll wait for the whisper. There we go. Actually the size of the chat blocker now. The lions are sin eaters, aren't they? In retrospect? I remember white lions. There was also some kind of a hat or tree or something. And then we have the memories flashing up above the screen with which primal's attack we're using. I don't know. Alright, we got a Holly. Very good. Oh, Holly beat Fang by... We were waiting for 3 minutes and then 2 people whispering me in the same 2 seconds. That's how it works out sometimes, I guess. I'm ready. This was our first door boss, right? Man, I don't remember him looking like that at all. Is that what we fought? Oh, okay. There we go.
Eden will become a utopia.
That's more like it.
One that we may share for all eternity.
She's still in there. Somewhere. I won't give up on our future, Gaia.
Why do you have so
No
many
matter
arms?
what.
Why are your legs made of cages of women? Time to save Gaia, I guess.
Joined as one, never to be parted. Unbound by past or future in this single perfect moment.
The Lithicum, that's a big dam. Then
We shall
flash
draw your
on
memories
that.
from you.
She chooses. I'm gonna get hit by that because I was not watching. I was watching it there. Potato. Yeah, I remember. And on Savage, she does 2 at once. Stop chasing me out of melee range. That's toxic.
And they will be your undoing.
Then
Must you interfere?
what? This wasn't in the fight, was it?
Our utopia
I thought she
will
was about to
only
start
be
doing
complete.
ice.
Once you are erased from our memory.
Can't erase us. So what do we do?
You've got to protect her memories. Hurry!
I guess I go there.
You would defy us.
Holy moly, and I didn't waste any time either. They're having the
Delicious,
biscuits.
aren't they?
Oh my god.
These are actually quite good.
Talking to her, holding her after the
See?
thing. I remember that.
Let's have another one. Half each?
Deciding to go talk to her and getting told, fuck off.
Such fragile babies' memories.
Hey, can you not? I'm trying to, you know. I'm trying to look at the pictures. Not protecting. These
What
guys are
happened
protecting.
to the
I'm
other
looking.
half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
What happened to the other half of the biscuit? Oh my god, that's so good.
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's beautiful.
What a piece of ice.
I think it'll really suit you.
I'll go in this one.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
They shatter. They fade.
Is this ice? Where did this come from?
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
We tire of your insolence.
How about this one?
That's my color. Now, this one on the other hand.
This is
What
really
am I
cool.
doing with this?
I love how
I'd never wear
effectively
this
Final
color.
Fantasy tells stories in their PvE encounters.
No!
So
We can't let this happen!
You are unworthy of our utopia.
I love that. This graphic is so beautiful. The dancer shield dance.
We shall bring
Shield
eternal harmony,
Big fan.
tranquility and vitality in perfect balance.
Oh, the music!
Why would not disappear?
I remember this.
No! Our utopia cannot fall!
The fuck is happening right now? No one knows where to go. Who do I trust? Oh, that's a tank. I wasn't looking at what got summoned, so I'm just gonna go stack on these guys.
Now your memories belong to us.
Well, at least I only got hit by one. For not having any idea where to go, I'll take it. Ice coming? I'm not gonna use a jump, I'm too scared.
Memories of ice.
I'm actually scared to use any buttons. All of my buttons make me move, man. That hits me, just take it.
Memories of air.
Doesn't this do shapes or something? God, I remember shapes. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna send it. Oh, I'm not gonna send it. Someone else is gonna send it. Alright.
I'm clean.
YouTube link? What is this? Phase 2 transition? Alright, hold on a second. For us to watch this together, I need to add a window capture for Chrome. And I need to mute. And I need to make it big. Unmute. Did you link it at the right place? What's he clicking? I'm not sure. I don't know what she's saying. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember we did fight her, but I didn't know it was her. That's her hammer. Holy shit. Alright. There it is. Okay. Thank you, my friends, for doing E12 with me, including the final raid of the Eden tier. We did it. She's free at last. Or at least that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Gaia, I don't know if you can hear me or if you even remember who I am, but just give me a sign that you're alright. Please, say something. Anything. Yeah, I remember relativity. Actually, like, very hard to work out some of those mechanics. You're right, Robin. I mustn't lose hope. Wait. What's this? It's the necklace. But she said she left it back in the crystarium. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it holds a lot of memories for both of us. There might be a way we can use this to bring her back. Try calling Gaia's name to help bring her back to her senses. Man, that would be insane if you had to do that with your microphone. Where's that game? With chat in say, enter Gaia. Call out to her. We're right here beside you. Come back to us. Yeah, if you don't yell it loud enough, it doesn't count. The necklace begins to glimmer faintly. She can hear us. I know she can. Now all we can do is pray that she'll return. Do we need to /pray now? I know you're in there somewhere. If you're lost, I'll find a way to reach you. I swear it. Why are we looking at the gun? That's not the way. Where am I? Mitron, I'm finally free of you, it seems. Ah, dearest Gaia, that fate should part us once more. Still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden and free to be reborn. Perhaps one day fate will bring us together again. Ugh, in another life. Disgusting. After all, you've already found me once in spite of everything. I might even be the one to find you. Don't do it! I fear you will come to forget me, to forget the times we shared. All the times I manipulated you, deleted your memories, refused to acknowledge your wishes, denied your capacity to consent or not, overrode your free will, rejected your agency. You might forget everything I've ever done. Perhaps, after all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes. They'll read the tale of the girl bound by duty and of her loyal protector arrived in her hour of need. You better not be talking about him. You must be talking about Reem. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You have grown strong, Gaia. Girl, I know you didn't call him your rescuer. Really makes you wonder how good that dick is. If I'd found you sooner, then maybe... No, wait! Don't leave me! Until we meet again, Artemis. Whose name did I just... Never mind that for now. I need to get out of here. Wherever here is. I feel as though there's somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. Walking. Walking. It's like walking with your eyes closed. Walking. Yes, we know her shoes are not practical for walking. Hey, Lythe. You've been busy lately. I hope your casting's been going well. Leave her feet hurt. I'm not surprised. What's this? Is this ice? It looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt. And it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. That's it. There was a girl. But what was her name? Reen. He remembers. Reen. I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on, I'm coming for you. Chad, I swear to God, you better not. Banning you, and you, and you, and you, and you. We saved her. You remembered. I could never forget you. Try as I might. Happy Pride Month? Of course, Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Year. Happy Pride Decade. Whoa, that was a 10-minute ban. Who got 10-minuted? So the ether that Eden had absorbed was returned to the land. Now, just like Michin, the empty can finally be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty now. It's a utopia. Look, guys, we fixed it. It's all party and green. And Eden is a tree. It's kind of like a fern gully tree, but it is a tree. The tents are still here too. A beautiful green oasis of perfection in front of a beautiful rainbow tower. Wonder if they got any oil. Aw, it looked like maybe I could go this way, but I can't. Do they not have any animals here, though? Like some bunnies, some squirrels, some foxes? It's time to introduce some fauna. Do you accept Gaia as your daughter? No, I do not. She can be Reen's friend. Love the music. The music's really good. Friend, she can be Reen's whatever they want. I don't care one way or the other. I ain't need any more daughters, guys. I have plenty. This is very nice music. Guys, you don't actually want them to both be my daughters, because then the thing that you so desperately wish to be true would also be very weird. Alright. Thank you very much for doing Eden with me. I appreciate it, my friends. Now, I need to either do the Dragoon quest I'm supposed to do, or weapons. Weapons is J. Ruby Doomsday. Upon receiving word of a fresh menace approaching the Orzian front, you make your way to Alamigo, where you're given the briefest of briefings. You're asked to meet with the Resistance troops at Porta Pretoria, where you'll receive further instructions. Finish the quest? Oh, okay. Alright, sorry. I still can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. Nod. I just wish the others were here to see it. Would you like for me to tell them? I suppose that's the next best thing. Hold on. You might be able to take something with you to show them. I'll bet the fruit that grows here could be used to make all sorts of delicious treats. You could even make something yourself, Reen. Thank you, Miss Featherrider. I appreciate the 2 months. Very happy to be along for the ride. I'm very grateful that you're along for the ride as well. I'm so grateful that you're enjoying it. Thank you. That's a great dish idea, but my cooking can be a bit hit or miss. Maybe once we get back to the Crystarium, I'll ask for some advice. Actually, I wanted to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Thancred, the Bookworm, and Urianger, your knight in shining armor? Yes. Haha. No, it's the other way around, silly. Oh, is it? Seems my memory is even less reliable than it was before. Particularly when she does not care. The main thing is the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's a part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for some much-needed rest? Nod, nod, sequential nodding. Leave the piloting to me. Pog. It throws me off a little bit that Reen has Lisa's mannerisms, the same motion to indicate assent and excitement. I understand that keeping the Sky Slipper here allows us to save fuel from traveling all the way back to Mortsuk, but can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in these heels, you know. Then change your shoes. Do not complain to me about your footwear while you're wearing those. I seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying some nice, sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe we should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I had the two of you to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. It's called Fashion Sweaty. Fashion Sweaty does not sound like a very good trend. Is that the new European fashion sense? It's Fashion Sweaty. It's the new black. Taking in the scenery with the wind in my hair really helped clear out the cobwebs too. Perhaps I should see about getting my very own Sky Slipper. What? You can't just buy one. Even if you could, they cost a fortune. Oh, I'm sorry, that must be my Yulmoran upbringing speaking. I'll have you know I'm almost as comfortable in more humble surroundings, like Mortsuk, for example. That reminds me, it's time we made our way there and told Yalfert about everything. Alright, speak with Yalfert. Yawns are getting me, chat. Welcome back. I take it all is well in the empty. It is now. Not everything went quite as we planned, to put it mildly, but we managed to revive the ambient ether. All we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly wonderful. Just wonderful. I'll share the tidings with our inner circle, and perhaps it's time more people knew of your expeditions as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of the citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. You're yawning? Everyone yawning with me is like, that's good. We're empathetic to each other. We connect on some kind of a yawning level. It means, you know, good things for our future interactions, I'm sure. I'm pleased to say that I too have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yulmore have finally found information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? Oh great, you're yawning and now it's making me yawn again. Guys, we have to stop. As it pertains to private matters of a private nature, this information is being treated as highly confidential, so I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. My name is Gaia. The name Reen knows me by. To be honest, I'd prefer not to know. But why? You see, I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmore. I know now that I'm the reincarnation of Logrif, an Ascian, and Mitron, the one who transformed into Eden, was someone very special to me. For 100 years, Mitron called out to me in the hopes we'd be reunited, but there was no answer. Even so, Mitron held on to those precious memories of our life together and stopped at nothing to make them a reality once more. I know now that Mitron wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Nod. It's a shame things turned out the way they did. In those 100 years of solitude, the dream became an obsession. I would have likewise succumbed to the darkness within if it weren't for Reen and Robin. If someone had also been there for Mitron, who knows what might have happened. That's why from now on I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolizes hope, and though each of our lives may be but a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia, that was so cliche. So I'm sorry. While I appreciate your efforts to find my past, I'm looking to see the future now, as Gaia. No need to apologize, Miss Gaia. As long as you're happy, then so are we. I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. So, what shall we do now? Got over Edgy, that's a win. She speed ran, actually, from Edgy to cliche. Come on, Reen. Don't tell me you've forgotten. The festival at the Crystarium, remember? Don't even think about leaving me out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yay. Alright, there it is. We have finished Eden. Now do Savage? I already did. How would you rank this story versus Omega and Alexander? I wouldn't. If you would, though, if someone held a gun to my head and forced me to make a tier list of all of the storylines that introduced the raids in Final Fantasy, in good conscience, I just would not be able to put this on that tier list. Alright, let's go speak with the Resistance fighter in Porta Pretoria. It's good that Reen has friends, that's true. It's a little concerning. All of the adults are either gone or minor characters, but I guess it's their world. Maybe everything's okay. Maybe everything's fine. It'd be better if it was voice acted. I'm actually more than a little grateful that the first several quests involving Gaia were not voice acted. I don't need to hear her saying the things she said. I don't need to hear that tone. I don't need to hear the voice in which it's said. I'm okay with how this turned out. On your way to headquarters, I take it. adults are minor characters. The only adults left in the first star, yeah. Like, who's in charge? Captain Lena? I think she was a great character, but she's no Urianger or Alpha now. The random vendors? Like, the adults that are left are minor characters. You got Green, and then a librarian and an armor maker. Lena is an awesome character. It is absolutely true. And she was raised by Graha, so maybe she'll be a good leader. I don't know. But like, that's my point, right? That's what I mean by their minor characters. The mainest character left is Reen, and she is a young person who just displayed fairly horrendous judgment over the course of the last several hours of questing. I'm not entirely sure that she should be left in charge. She's learning, sure, but you shouldn't do your learning while governing a continent, much less, you know, or a city. We all learn from mistakes, yeah, but ideally not while you're holding the nuclear launch codes. There's a time and a place and a set of stakes where it's appropriate to be set free to make mistakes, and I'm not sure governing the Crystarium is that place. What do you expect from a kid raised by Thancred? Great things. Amazing things. So, your mind is set. Then I shall apprise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima Weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name? The Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima Weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima Weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby Weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald's occupied territories and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby Weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all. If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury a shameful legacy, then so be it. The thing I like best about Gaius is that he agrees with me about how awful he was. Even Gaius doesn't simp Gaius as much as you guys do. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Robin's assistance presents our best chance of stopping that war machine. 'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be him. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us out your strength? Bowing head in contemplation. Yeah, obviously we have to fight the weapons. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We've received words that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the ruby weapon will be among their hosts. Should it break through our lines, there's no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Once you have steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. Nod. What price must the world pay for my hubris? A short while earlier in the Garlean-occupied city of Warlit Magicotech Installation. Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. Wow, this one looks meaner somehow. Initiating synthetic RSite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting receipt. Ruby weapon code named Darnus. Ready for launch. Valdilin has briefed me on our mission. I am to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Oh, well, what is this? No, seriously, what is it? The Cinder Drift. Oh, there it is. It's under Seed of Sacrifice instead of at the bottom. Though the original Ultima weapon piloted by Gaius Baelsar was destroyed in the decisive battle at the Praetorium, Garlemald has been secretly developing its successor. Now this diabolical melding of Allegan and Garlean technologies has been deployed to annihilate those who would oppose the Empire. At the behest of none other than Gaius Baelsar himself, you crossed the scorched battlefield of the Gimlet Dark to halt this crimson menace before it lays waste to Eorzea. Alright. Okay. We need 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you everyone who signed up. Looks like that's 8, right? Looks like one of you needs to become a healer. I would do it, but I don't want to. All right, let's go. This is fast. There's a ruby weapon, and we're gonna go fight it. We don't need to collect any tools. We don't need to collect any materials. We don't need to collect any intelligence. We don't need to do any chores. It's just time to fight. Rar. Mark III Anti-Icon War Machine of the Ruby Weapon. Enemy detected. Bonk. Man, his feats are huge. Optimized Ultima. Let's see what happens. I don't believe that I've ever seen this fight before on any character ever. What is it doing? Why is it chasing me? Why are we standing on it? I don't know, because it's sand, obviously. And the sand is bad. Cheating looking at other people. True, yeah. They're all standing on it. Helioclaw. What the fuck is this whirly gig? Oh, I'm hit. Well, it is what it is. Suppose I should soak. I kinda don't want you to. I'm doing positional. I don't have any true north charges. I'm a melee. Everyone else in Zest. Oh shit, I'm about to get hit again. And again. That's fine, I'm dead. Alright, I thought those were knockbacks. They're clearly not. It's okay though, I've got cooldowns now. What the? I'm gonna stand still and let everyone else run. Too many people run, it's not optimal. But I'm literally doing it as a charity to the rest of the group. It would be selfish of me to run like they were running. Oh no, not this again. Wait. Okay, he's doing something to it that's not stand on it. Hog. The charge mechanic. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure I've seen anything like that before. That's pretty good. Go to the last charge and then dodge into one of the charges he does to the side, I guess. Darnish combat data. What? Organic. Oh god, what's happening? Nail. I am not. Oh, what did you do? I am Melvin Darkness. Come to purify this forsaken land. Evil smile. Holy, I thought it was done. She doesn't have position. What the fuck? I feel like that's maybe not good news. Negative persona. Red and blue orbs. There's 4 of us. Dalamud begins its descent. 15 seconds till Dalamud falls. Yo, that ain't good though. Why does he keep hitting me with this? Leave me alone. Guys. Anything else? You guys went to the edge. No, only one of you did. Okay. Should I beam this now? Bang. What the? Oh, you're chasing it. Is that it? That's really cool, actually. Wow. That was a beautiful fight. I think I should have turned off my UI during that. Very pretty. Should look north? Why? An especially pretty pile of garbage? You missed Dalamud? Well, what do they expect? I'm trying to not die. Do it on sync again. Actually, alright, sure. We'll do it again. You missed scenery? Well, I'm busy trying to live. Makes you miss things. Guys! I have immaculate camera control. Leave it alone. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. Though I am sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Hi. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie. Wow, she is tiny. Father. What? It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Oh, now I see it. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. Echo! Whoa, dude's got 5 kids? So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlet. Lucky for you, eh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us 3, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlet was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Because he's strong and you're weak? Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Nod. Nod. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Wait, he didn't adopt you? This is just some kind of orphanage? Or worse? If he doesn't mind us calling that, I suppose we are. And that makes you our big brother since you're the oldest. You'd better be nice to us or I'm telling Father. Ha ha. Man, this is actually really sad. These poor kids lost their parents and they're desperately looking for a parent figure and they've latched on to some military guy. And it wasn't even his idea. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... Never mind, bye. If you must go, I will not stop you. But answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nail Van Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Melisandre. No, no, I refuse to believe that. What the fuck? I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you. To all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you've done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. You killed his daughter? Not his real daughter. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. Why are you guys frowning at me? He didn't adopt them, they adopted him. And he didn't care about them that much. Or why is he hanging out in Eorzea trying to kill people instead of with his kids? Because he suspected killing the Emperor? Oh. The Emperor he killed years ago when he came to Eorzea? Well, well, Gaius Van Belsar. We meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? There's a few days ago. Yeah, that's my point, my friend. That's my point. You know he's been in Eorzea before, right? He was there when Xenos killed the Emperor. Yes, that's true. That's true. And what happened before that? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I'll ask Valdelan to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An Imperial crony of his, but perhaps. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia Sas Junius was another protege of his. A lovely lady. I take it all back. He's a great father. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Bozja incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness. But my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much a pawn of the Emperor as my father and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquests. But when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Asians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Sid being pretty real there. Spitting some facts. If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. I'm not sure I needed to know all of that. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine? We must act quickly if we're to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Robin, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its murder by your own hands? I'm sorry, deactivation? Nail Van Darnus? Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounded as if data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she fused with the core. Man. That's just a whole big bundle of bad shit. Holy moly. You get fused with the core of a war machine in an unbelievably painful process, and then your mind is overwritten with some dead person's consciousness. Unlucky. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? I mean, yeah. Yes, it seems that such crystals are common use throughout Eorzea. An ancient but effective means of passing on knowledge from one generation to the next. While it may bear some similarities, we don't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that in combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results. But in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest in Garlean technology, there are few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. Nod. In the meantime, Valdilin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Are we really guessing? Seems like they're all on the Ultima track. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? He sounds a little sarcastic. Remember our agreement, Gaius. Frown. If you so much as think of returning to your imperial masters, I will kill you. Bro, the fuck are you? Alright. So, you put down the ruby weapon? Gods, I wish we could have seen it. Not from too close, you know? I suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of it into a report and leave a copy over there should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Garleans pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Something's happening. Meanwhile, in the Warlit Magitech installation... Damn, they blew up our ruby thingy. We're out of stuff. Well, I guess we'll all go home now. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ellie. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. What about her suffering, torment, and personality erasure? Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family minus one sister after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old times, except for her being dead. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next, O ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Nod. Wow. Oof. Man, I can't believe that not only does Gaius not love his kids, they also don't love each other. Just sitting there watching while each one in turn is sacrificed to the machine. Robin, I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. You should color coordinate hair colors with what glass class you're playing. I've actually never dyed my hair. Maybe I should someday. Ready to head out? What hair? It's like 2 inches of hair since I last shaved it all off. You're old, you barely have hair? Oh man, chat full copiuming about this one. Surely streamer doesn't have more hair than me. I'm only 26. Why am I already balding? I really hope the 37-year-old has less hair than me. Sorry guys, I got no baldness. You're out of luck. Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the ruby weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments. Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Mine balded out of 19. Yeah, both my dad and my older brother exhibited extremely early male pattern baldness. So I was surprised when I didn't. It's random, you know? It happens or it doesn't. I'm old and bald, fight me. Yeah. It is what it is, right? You can't control it. It's like your height. It is what it is. Making fun of bald men is sexual harassment. Actually making fun of anyone based on immutable characteristics of either themselves, their personality, or their body is fairly atrocious, regardless of which kind it is. Make fun of people for what they do, not who they are. Glad you could make it, Robin. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. Even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. What if they're stupid? I don't know if you're memeing or not. You probably are. But people with lower IQ are no more responsible and to be condemned for that than people with high IQ are responsible and to be praised for that. You get what you get. You make the best of it. And it's in making the best of it that you deserve praise or condemnation, not who you are. Even a rank amateur. Yep. Precisely. And we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Arsite system. Interesting. As long as we make fun of you, you can make fun of me for whatever you want. I accept it. Which is what, exactly? Well, we've used Arsite many times. The core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabit by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of Arsite. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possessed the same properties as genuine Arsite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What I do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nell Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me devices fitted to the magic armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. Man, they all wear fancy helmets, don't they? There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. That was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. Thank you, my fate. I appreciate it. There's also the question of whether the system even functions as intended. Mods are under a no ban rule. That's true. That's right. You're allowed to make fun of me. The only things that you can get banned for in my chat for the most part are things that break Twitch TOS, like the extremely naughty stuff. Or mods have a certain amount of leeway to ban for extreme obnoxiousness if I'm busy doing something else and they think it's disrupting chat. But I like a nice lenient chat. I would much rather talk to someone, even if someone else thinks he's trolling, or even if he is trolling. I'd rather have a conversation. Usually it works out well. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. Bully Robin, don't you dare bully Robin. I protect Robin because he's too dumb to protect himself. It seems that it extracted not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Vandarnus. Though this is merely supposition, it's possible being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased Legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Also mocking fellow gamers? Correct. I have, that's probably my lowest threshold for banning or timing out. People who show up in my stream because they're playing with me, or they happen to get queued into a dungeon with me, or they happen to get queued into an alliance raid with me, have not signed up to be displayed on stream, to have their gaming prowess displayed on stream, and they certainly haven't signed up to have their gaming weaknesses poked at and made fun of by a stream. We leave them alone. We are only mean to me, we are nice to the friends we play with. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic auracite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. Really enjoy your stream. Thanks, guys. Even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Guys, I specified people who end up being in my stream through no will of their own, we're nice to them because they didn't sign up to be criticized. I don't particularly care if you talk about other streamers in my chat. Maybe there are Twitch rules about this, but, you know, be relatively civil. Sometimes you talk about Asmongold. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes you say, hold up. I think it's funny. Alright, let's go talk to Gaius. And of course, anyone that's like volunteered to play with me, especially people in Echo, we're all streaming. We've all waived those considerations of like someone random playing from home 3 hours a week. He logs in, he queues up for an alliance raid. He doesn't push a button that everyone thinks he should have pushed. He pushes Walking Dead and dies, or Super Bowl Light and dies, or something like that. Why would we make fun of them, right? They didn't sign up to be on some kind of stream. They just wanted to play for a couple hours. It's really mean for either the streamer or the chat to criticize players like that. But if I'm playing with a group of people and we're all streaming and we're all branding ourselves as world-class players, then that's just fucking funny, right? You make fun of it when I die. You make fun of it when Roger dies. That's good. That's healthy. But not when some random poor guy dies doing whatever, you know? Yeah, being toxic to Roger and I is fun. Valdelan has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlet, which appears to be where it was built. I don't know geography. Please enlighten me. What happened to Ruby Weapon Unsynced? I'm not gonna lie, all of the you needed to look at the falling rock stupid streamer inspecting the floor made me not want to do it. Sorry. While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Wurlit lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. You pushed too hard and you triggered the Contrarian. I'm almost mad at you for it, right? If it weren't for you guys triggering this personality quirk of mine, then I would have gone back and looked at the moon. I can't believe you guys did that. I can't believe you would force me to not do it as a way of proving a point to you guys. Jesus. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They've established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. Might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, nor would it. What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you, Robin. I get to stab something? Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off that easily, did you? You'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. Okay. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait long. Oh, I gotta leave the group, my friends. Thank you for playing with me. I hope you enjoyed the dungeon as much as I did. It was a very good time, and I'll play with some of you again in a little bit. We're doing a duty. What's that? Did you make me an Ultima? Here it is, Robin. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima Warrior, the G Warrior. I'm gonna call him Gary. I know elegant design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. As a slaw, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it as it happens, but first we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. All right, Gary, let's take you out for a drive. Whoa. Safety lock is on, preventing use of stuff. Do I have any buttons? No. No buttons. The G-Warrior is armed with a range of weaponry. Now is your chance to learn what it's capable of. Destroy the target. With what? Are these my buttons? The fuck kind of keybinds are those? Yo, I'm gonna need to fix this so vehicles aren't obnoxious. Remind me to fix my Dragoon bar when I'm done. Alright. Ether Cannon. Do some damn. A spammable combo. Do a big damn. Do some damn. Oh, and make him take more damn. Heal. Alright. I don't know if that actually hit him or not. I got a big ass small fucking sword though. What exactly is this good for? It does very big damage. Did I do anything else? Maybe these do even more. Maybe the combo's better, I don't know. Maybe that's just good AoE and the combo's better single target. Ether Mine is a 20% damage boost. And then we combo. Hitting for 80k. Yo, do I have mana? Yep. The G-Warrior comes equipped with the Pyretic Booster, which diverts more power to its weapon and increases speed and maneuverability. This comes at a price. Activating it places a huge strain, so it must be used in short bursts. Reduce cast time and recast time of weapons killed by 20%, by 20%, but it drains hit points. Activate the Pyretic Booster. Whee! You'll notice movement speed is good, but you start to die. Alright. Fancy. I also have a big ass shield. Try using the Pyretic Booster to destroy the target. There's a target. The node will launch wide-reaching attacks in quick succession, but you should have no trouble evading it. Drain. Excellent work, Robin. Deactivate the booster while I explain the final trial. We've covered offense, so now look at defense. This is where the ethereal ages should come in handy. Unfortunately, you can't keep the berry up indefinitely as you will drain your power reserves and you might run out of energy for weapons. So watch out. First, let's try deploying the ethereal aegis. There it is. Holy moly, I'm a triangle. Don't drain your stuff. Mana, I guess. Turn off the barrier using the same button used to deploy it. For the last trial, we'll use the ethereal aegis while attempting to destroy the target. There's no way to escape the attack, so you'll need to weather them using the barrier. Archipelagian, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Glad you joined the stream. Thank you. Giant love note to Yoshida's friend who loved Gundam. Is Gundam like, is this another D's Nuts joke? Gundam D's Nuts. Are you sufficiently prepared? Yes. Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once. Let's go. Yep, you guys can't get me with the end jokes. I'm wise to all of them. What on earth am I witnessing? It seems they were expecting us. But who's the pilot? Robin, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you. G Warrior. Gary, do the thing. Rich Campbell failed this 10 times. I might fail it. I don't know. Maybe it's hard. Get ready to strike. Gary, engage. That sounds awfully familiar. It's Ultima versus Ultima. Well, my Ultima's name is Gary. And that one's... Is that an Ultima or is that a Squid? Yes. Mark 4, Anti-Icon War Machina, the Sapphire Weapon. It went underwater. Do I go underwater? Nope, I don't go underwater. But I can fly. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing, says the pilot. Activating Oversoul. Hydra's combat central ready. Initiating organic core override. Organic core override? No! Well, F to another kid. Sorry guys. I'll be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Yeah, okay. I can't see shit. He's too big. I'm a little worried about my men, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder what optimized ultimate does. Hurts. Yo, I didn't see you. Oh, I was in it. Well, this might be a fail. Whoa! Self-destructing, guys. I just tried to sprint, it didn't work. Side raise? You know what? I'm gonna trust the side raise not to hit me. Commit! I moved. I can't commit. He's not taking any fucking damage. Fuck me! Alright, I can't commit. I'm dead. Got a side beam. Hope. I don't know what the fuck that's hitting, so I'm just gonna dodge. Man, I don't know how anyone does that. I'm joking. I had a few questionable moments. The target has been silenced. It's getting nerfed? No. That's just what you don't understand is how easy a professional World of Warcraft world first gamer who comes to Final Fantasy and gets world 500th, how easy that kind of person makes it look. You just don't even understand. The target has been silenced. Understood. $500. I'm just assuming that we'll be around there. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. It was harder 20 minutes ago, but congrats. Thank you very much. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it's dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. Let's go peel some kid off the interior, apparently. Echo! We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should still be able to fend them off or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Well, I mean, if you're okay with it too, then... Rex! Rickon? Why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that, while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. Gosh, tarnation, confound and Hecate! What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot Sapphire Weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No! I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were the children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons. Get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me. For Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. That's why you have to let me suffer extreme agony, have my personality erased, overridden with a robot consciousness, and die. Okay, brother. I'll do it for you. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now I've finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. I believe the word for what is occurring here is natural selection. The echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Rickon, my poor boy, you are braver than most could ever hope to be. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, Gaius. Reminder that Regula deserved to live more than Gaius. There's nothing deserving about who lives and who dies. First, Melisandre, now Rickon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. Frickin' Mort. Okay. Alright. Uaj. That was funny. That was unbelievably high tier for Twitch chat. That was real good. Where did you copy it from? Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Belsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Asians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind as he would have us all believe, or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Streamers laughing at kids dying? Everyone is somebody's kid. Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean. Though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Balsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to us Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone. The rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. Oof. They were never seen again. For 20 long years, I roamed aimlessly with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Bredanians, who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts. But none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you. And when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. That's weird. I don't understand. I assumed that everyone that was caught in the explosion just got up, brushed the dust off, and walked away. Hammer Jazz, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate the support. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Balsar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquests had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Asian menace. For millennia mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed the truth in his words. So I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he's ever on the watch for pursuers, he's granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. Good night, Gaius. Good work today. I'll probably kill you in the morning. But for now, the Asians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. You know it, Solo. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait until we've brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. 2 out of... I don't know. If I were to throw out a wild guess, I'd say 5. How did Mr. Gaia survive the explosion? He refused to die. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make any report, they may have some news to share with us at this juncture. Please, wait here a moment. I did not expect such devastation to have little or no effect on my life. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they had attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Dude, his gun sword is so long, bro. You can't just evaluate the length of another bro's gun sword like that. Avert your eyes. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from Regula Van Hydrus. Correct? Nod. It appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. They're literally telling me that it was easy because not ready. Robin, it wasn't that big a deal. In fact, it would have been kind of embarrassing if you had failed. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. It would have been harder tomorrow. It's actually true. They're actually saying exactly that. Indeed. We may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rickon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Yes. Improvements were made to the synthetic RSI system to prevent malfunctions. Then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Van Darnus. But there's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rickon were fully aware of this, were they not? Yes. They're literally dying rather than hanging out with you. Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines. Surely there's no cause worth paying such a price. Nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. Same voice. Nice. Looking for work, voice actor? While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. Good, the next expansion is called Butterflies and Rainbow, not Endwalker. Endwalker is a good name. We calmly walk to the end of the story, enjoying all of the memorials of the good times we've had along the way. The end. Valid target. Oh shit, I changed my, okay. Hold on, we gotta fix this. If I'm gonna be driving vehicles... Yeah, that's actually the right button. It's almost like they're mirrors. Perfect. Now this is set up so that it'll have good keybinds for vehicles. So everyone's back. No. You're not gonna trick me like this. Are you suggesting that there are no more vehicles for the rest of the video game ever? Uh-huh. No shot. The UI stays like this. Welcome back. It sounds like you've been on quite the journey. All the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan. Leith, that was good bait, but too transparent. What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior, you mean Gary, through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, as you might imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal, should you feel so inclined. Over there? If we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. What does he mean? War Machina fanatic? Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Warlit headquarters... One-handed, one-fingered push-ups. Holy cow, this guy's amazing. He must be super cool. Look, there's some kids. I have come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. He can't see you salute, you know that, right? Ah, so you have returned, young Alfred, or was it Alwick? Alphonse, my lord. Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now. No need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. 10 hours? 10 hours. 10 hours until I end the stream? Probably a few hours before that. So, tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and... meaningful pause. Gaius Van Belsar, my lord. I tried to fit that all into the pause in the music, but I didn't quite get it out. Gaius. Yes. It seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor, whatever next. Oh well, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlet. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence, pampered every day of their lives. My dude, why are we talking about cows? I love this music. Yes, they are quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they are sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest. So that is their lot in life. Oh, it's a metaphor. I get it. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Nan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius Van Belsar get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me? The legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor. Humiliated, I say. I think that you could do with a few workshops on leadership. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitek Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standard slip, now can I? This is what peak fatherhood looks like? No. Peak fatherhood is significantly rounder. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens. Did I now? Ah, yes. That's right. You're ally, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together, we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Yo, someone's got to kill him, though. Nope. Nope, Jen, I do not like that. I do not like that at all. I don't like that one bit. Gaius and Livia, though, listen, I'm not the Gaius simp in here. I don't like Gaius either. Can't wait to kill him too. It's good to see you, Robin. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. In fact, I can't help but think that considering what we know of Garlemon's origins as an Asian plot from start to finish, it seems likely that the entire system of society and the entire government, regardless of organization or people comprising it, are corrupt all the way from the top all the way to the bottom. What I think this calls for is some patriotic Eorzeans to rise up, invade Garlemald, institute some regime change, and create a new system of government, promoting liberty, justice, and freedom for all. We need to raise an international coalition of the willing, from Alamigo, from Gridania, from Kugane, and together bring freedom to the oppressed people of Garlemald. Burn out the corruption that produces officers like that. Give them freedom whether they like it or not. Mesa, you can say that with a straight face. Yeah, me too. All set for the journey ahead. Freedom ain't free. Hell yes, brother. You got to defend it. You've got to water the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots. That's why we's all carrying guns all the time. On the lookout for patriots with which to water the fucking tree. I can't. Fuck. I lost it. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa informed him of Robin's arrival. Yeah, it's funny because it's so sad. Thanks for coming. What have you discovered? tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we're all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. Oh, come on, Robin, even you must see this. You have to proactively defend freedom by being the aggressor? No, no, no. You just defend in a proactive and forward manner. Advance while defending. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which of course leaves only one option: the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities much like the Sapphire, meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, 5-minute Kekona accent, I can't do it to Gaius. Gaius is not Kekona. Logical choice would be Eorzea. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobos, Severa. It seems that the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported by another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to about 2 possible locations: Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea, and Castrum Occidens in eastern Lamnosia, both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Valdalen, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Robin and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch Gary and eliminate it before it can be activated. Yeah, these forts are still here, by the way. Did we not think that maybe during the multiple civil wars that have been occurring in Garlemald, now might be a good time to evict the invaders from our territory? Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While Allegan machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but Gary itself is in no fit state for combat. Innocent people live in these places. Much of the Garlean army is, or were, themselves victims of conquest and conscription, and are not to be condemned for that, although they may have committed crimes since being conscripted. But they are enemies. And like Elidibus himself said, if we are enemies, if our goals are incompatible, if there can be no reconciliation, then it doesn't particularly matter if we're both good people. We gotta try to kill each other anyway. While I'm aware this is a far from adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Robin and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one set ahead to Vesper Bay. Wives and children and elderly? In military forts? A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there. It doesn't matter. These are enemy belligerents attempting to conquer our lands, holding forts within our territory. You can't just protect yourself by sticking women, children, and elderly people in there and be like, can't get us now. I mean, I guess you can. But it's still bad strategy to let them stay. I mean, where you are now? Yeah, I'm more talking about the military forts, the castrums dotted over Eorzea. And the new home. I mean, I'm willing. Most of them, like I said, most of Garlemon's armies are conscripts from other conquered lands. They are themselves victims, and most of the inhabitants of these castrums are Gaius's former men of the 14th. If we could talk to them and convince them to defect, then I'd be fine with it. But what I'm not okay with is the continued complacency about leaving armed forts, pockets of an enemy belligerent, sitting around in our territory. It's bad. Within the context of game design, it might be difficult to actually do that and have the world change. Sword our sovereignty. Amen. We liberated Alamiga. May as well go liberate the costumes too. Want to know what you think about that stuff? I mean, first, I think it's weird to have women, children, and old folks in a fort that's barely held against and within enemy territory. Like, that's just strange. But obviously, I'd rather they not kill people indiscriminately. It'd be best to take them prisoner and deport them. They are, after all, illegal immigrants. Oh. Build another wall. The whole point of Manifest Destiny is that once you seize the entirety of your continent, from sea to shining sea, the ocean itself is your wall. It is time we departed. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, it uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact. Though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. It sounds like having eyes in the back of your head may come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to the castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. What about the south and the north? To the north, we have the 51st state, Canada. And to the south, all that's left is the bits of Mexico we didn't want when we took half of it during the Mexican-American War. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the Emerald Weapon... Guys, on occasion, I feel it necessary to say I'm trolling, right? Like, on occasion, I worry that some of you might think I'm serious. I pray take no offense, my Canadian brothers and sisters. I admire your nation. But I don't actually mean it. We must silence the war machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Serious about Mexico? I mean, history's rather undeniable. We fought a war with Mexico basically for the express purpose of yoinking a big-ass chunk of it, yoinked the big-ass chunk of it, and then we're like, we're done. That is the history of the Mexican-American War in a nutshell, my friends. Alright. Confront the emerald weapon in Castrum Marinum. The emerald weapon in Castrum Marinum. Invading the US would be a bitch and a half to do. 1/3 of the US population has a gun. 1/3. Sounds like what you're saying is that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, is doing its job. The liberation of Turncliffe has led to the discovery of vital information regarding the weapon project. A war machine codenamed Emerald is believed to have escaped by sea to an Imperial installation, so you and Gaius make your way to Castrum Marinum, one of 2 likely locations. Retrieved data suggests that your foe is armed with floating manipulators, though how exactly these will be employed in battle remains to be seen. Alright, I feel like people who actually came here deserve priority. And then we got Laren and Calyptian. And Mizuzu says, emerald is a form of beryl colored by traces of chromium or vanadium. Being chromium, please monitor your system memory usage closely. Indeed. Alright. I think I already invited you. And that's it. Hey, guys, I need more whispers. Who wants to play games with me? You're starting to make me think that maybe my streamer privilege has been revoked. Why can't I invite you? I can't invite you. There we go. And then we have Noel. And I need to cross server Mr. Aw. Or Miss. Can I alphabetize this? Aw. There we go. Literally baiting chat. I am actually baiting you. I'm sorry. But thank you for reaffirming that my streamer privilege is indeed intact. Alright. It is time, my friends. The Emerald Castrum Marinum Emerald Weapon. Is that us? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's us. I've been expecting you. Hyria, hero of Eorzea. Look. Kid number 3. Look, father. This is the power that we command. The Mark V anti-icon war machine, the Emerald weapon. All right. Oh shit. It's doing this. Oh, what the? Man! Okay. Wow, this is fancy. That was fancy. There are bombs. Did they blow up? Yeah, they blow up. I could have stayed in. It's taken forever to blow up. Why would you do that, Isuzu? Were you not here for this morning's speech? Saved you? Really? From what? I'll have to go back and look at it. Maybe it'll happen again and I'll see. Big ass hands. Alright, I guess I die, but I'm curious to see how it happens. Oh, they get slapped outward. Okay, see. No. No, it's good. I'm sorry for yelling, Imuzuzu. Thank you for doing your best to save my life. That's a lot of hands. Do I want to be in the place without the hands? This is a fascinating mechanic. I've never seen any like this before. If I jump, I'm gonna die. I wanted to jump, but not enough to die. Descending! Fancy dance. It's not dying. So he's doing it. Another one letting himself be overminded. Aelsar combat data ready. Ali, Alphonse. This is goodbye. 3 down, 2 to go. Whoa, you're shiny. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Listen to this guitar. This is Werlick at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic Arsite be causing this? Wait, it has multiple swords now. Whoa. What the frickety frack is that? Stop aiming at me! Ah! There was a better place to stand. Whoa. Man, I'm gonna get snapshotted. I'm not. Nice. I know now I need to move a lot faster. Oh shit, wrong way. This guitar, though. Holy moly, this music. That was a cool fight. That was a really cool fight. There were several things I had never seen before. That's the first fight that's had like a huge number of new mechanics I've never seen in this game before. That was sick. Yo, how do I get that orchestrion roll? Stream? Alright. Stream more? True. Yeah, put that one on the list for extreme for sure. The orbs rotating through, the lines, the hands swatting the bombs, the charges with the soldiers, you had to find the holes. That was good stuff. you have an extreme list? No, I want to do all of them. The problem is, like, I would love to do them completely blind with my friends, but I don't know when we'll do it or how many people want to do it, so there's always that temptation of just saying screw it and do some of them by myself. But that one, I want to do for sure. Man, do I want to do it again just for the music? And so it ends. Hold on, is there a name to that song you can give me? Black Wolf Stalks Again. Why would Rex throw away his life for this? Mute. Found it. I found it. Hmm. Another cover, but not bad. All right, I'll have to find it some other time. Black Wolf Stalks. cow. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, there's a lot of good music in Final Fantasy, but I don't think I've heard a bigger banger in a video game. Ooh. Prog DSR the song. No, I need the fight music. But whatever the first race in Dragonflight is, I'm gonna listen to that for the entire week it takes us to Windworld first. You guys think I'm joking. You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the weapons here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the war machine's remains. Man, I can only admire the subtlety of the game director and the game writers. It just makes so much sense that the best music I hear in the game is while we are doing what we're supposed to, beating the shit out of Gaius. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. We're doing kids. They're grown-ups now, which means that they're not any different from any other person. We're all someone's kids. Every human being on the planet, except of course for Adam and Eve, are somebody's kids. Everyone is. Nevertheless, Robin has once again proven himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. Your kids will always be your kids. Absolutely true. Absolutely. Ain't no sumbitch on the planet didn't have a mama. You may be relieved to hear that Castor Moxidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we'd never found the Emerald weapon. What about Jesus? Mary was his mama. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. I don't know, am I supposed to... You guys are acting like I'm supposed to feel super bad about us killing these orphan kids. They're adult soldiers in an enemy army trying to kill me, using abominable super weapons to do so. They are enemy combatants, and Robin is a well-armed militia. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. They're teenagers? Well, of course they are. In the land of the free and home of the brave, you are indeed allowed to enlist in your military and defend your country at the age of 18. 19-year-olds also accepted. Voting, however, more than optional, and you best not be drinking. Jesus don't like the kids operating his tanks and machine guns to have any alcohol. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Rickon too? Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic aurosite system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't stand a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you would try to stop us. Of course I would, but what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? That is an excellent question. So weird why 17-year-olds try to kill Eorzines is okay. I agree. That's why we need to institute regime change. Stop them from recruiting helpless, immature 17-year-olds who obviously shouldn't be operating machine guns except, of course, outside their family farm. And institute a moral age for military service, like 18. It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. I'll never regret the day Preach decided to raid you. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Samara. They're gonna kill children in those robots. I mean, yeah, I'm with you, right? Those robots are bad news. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed all of us, except you, Allie. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Man, they're such loving brothers. Instead of defecting to Eorzea when they met their father after we defeated the first weapon, they created a death pact whereby the 4 brothers would all die in order to save their sister and empower her. That sacrifice is so noble, so far-sighted, it brings a tear to my eye. Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. Yeah, sounds like we're back to regime change then. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Wurlit's freedom. Oh my god, he said the word. Alright, I'm on your side now. Freedom from the tyranny and the oppression of the Empire. Rise up! Rise up! These Ultima weapons are no more than the personal arms that the founders intended every American and Eorzean and Empire citizen alike to be able to wield, whether it be for hunting, or shooting for sport, or self-defense. Rise up and remove from your neck the booted heels of the imperial oppressors. Free yourselves and your countrymen, your families and children. How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. His hand is huge compared to her. It's like the females and males of the species are different species. We will be forever at your side, Ally. Rex, take her to the holding cells. This is the part where they lock you up for your own good, kiddo. So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the custom to Father. Is that right? Nod. Yes, they'll take Ali into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We cannot let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Did you know if you keep hogs, you can get rid of human corpses with no evidence? A common misconception, but of course they don't eat the bones. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic RSite system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by half. How do you know that? I used to be a prosecutor. Do you know what crime most often is charged alongside murder? Improper disposal of a corpse. Forgive me, Rex. Why are you laughing? It is kind of funny. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. That's a crime? Of course it is. Corpses cause all kinds of nastiness. Plus, they make people upset. Opinions on the Echo? I think the Echo's insane. I love it as a way of doing flashbacks. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. That's not normal prosecutor knowledge. You know that there's been actual cases like that. There was a serial killer who fed his victims to pigs. And pigs will in fact eat just about anything. They are omnivorous. But of course they don't eat the bones. You gotta do something with those. Those get found, and there's still evidence against you. Thought you were a corporate lawyer? I was. First, I represented banks. helping them earn even more money during the midst of the financial crisis, and helping them evade responsibility for their causing the financial crisis. And then, once I had earned enough money, was struck by conscience with the immorality of what I was doing, I became a prosecutor. This is the girl you spoke of. Yes, we found her. No. Her brother is gone. Now you're tired? No. Now, I work. I work hard every day, streaming and playing video games to entertain you all. It's a hard life, but I just love y'all so much that I'm willing to do it for you. The reality is that, I mean, people are usually curious about this, so I'll say it again. The reality is that as a corporate attorney, I didn't feel like I was doing any good in the world. I didn't feel like I was making the world a better place, and I like feeling that way. I learned after I had the job. So I became a prosecutor for a while, and I was a special prosecutor, mostly handling cases involving sexual offenses against children, with a couple of homicide cases. And in that job, I felt like I was doing really good work and making the world a better place, but I was also extraordinarily unhappy. It made me very, very sad. I could not handle it for very long, and that's when I quit to stream and play video games instead. Which, maybe it sounds trite, and maybe it sounds useless, and maybe it sounds like a waste of time, but to me is the best of both worlds, because I am happy doing what I'm doing, and in some small way, I feel that I am indeed making the world slightly better. Because if I weren't entertaining you, if I weren't making your day a little brighter, you wouldn't be here. So it feels really good. And yeah, there's ancillary benefits, of course. I'm always home with my girls. I spend a lot more time with them than I used to. I get to be a good dad. Maybe we'd be more productive members of society if we didn't have you to entertain us. What kind of productivity is worthwhile except that which makes people happier? I don't know that anything is the point of anything we do other than enjoying ourselves and being happy. And I say this as someone that for several years pursued exactly what we're supposed to do. Go to school, get the best grades, take the tests, get the best scores, go to the best schools, graduate at the top of your class, work at the best firm, be the best at everything, right? That was the thing you're supposed to do. This is how you're supposed to be a productive member of society. This is how we're supposed to prove that we're worthwhile. But it's a trick. They're hiding the real goal, which is to be happy. Make other people happy, and become even happier because you're making other people happier. So good, friends. Would you let your daughters be streamers? I wouldn't let my daughters do anything. They are free and autonomous young women. I would prohibit them from doing some things which they are not yet wise enough to do without great danger to themselves, but I would never dictate or discourage them from doing anything with their lives that they wanted to. And when they're old enough, I wouldn't even pretend to have any agency to prohibit them doing whatever they wanted. You're an interesting blend of single-minded focus and stopping to smell the roses. I think that's no credit to me, right? It's just how I am. I have a somewhat obsessive personality. Alright, Gaius. Once you've extracted the core, we'll take it to Turncliffe for analysis. Would you let them play this game? My daughters play a huge amounts of video games. Huge numbers of video games. But long ago, during a time in World of Warcraft, where in order to win World First I had to do thousands of islands, I thought, you know, I'm such a good father that I'm willing to let my daughters do islands for me so that they can have this fun instead of me. And so I introduced both of them to World of Warcraft, showed them how the game worked, showed them how to push buttons, and asked them if they wouldn't like to play. And both of them, without hesitation, said, "No, Dad, this game is stupid and boring." And are now reluctant to try MMOs. So while they play all kinds of video games, and I would have absolutely no objection about them playing Final Fantasy if they wanted to, they're reluctant to trust me about what games are worthwhile. They know you stream? Yeah. One of my daughters is in the other room right now, doing some schoolwork. She can hear me streaming. Great job. I think my younger daughter might really love to play Final Fantasy, and I think I'm going to buy her a license and let her do it. It's the perfect kind of, like, the solo, the MSQ experience is the perfect kind of, like, fairly straightforward, relatively easy, story-based video game with cinematics but also gameplay that I think she would really, really enjoy. Thank you for the sub, Safine. Alright, guys, speaking of obsessive personality, I got work to do. Cheers to Ukraine. Cheers to you as well, Emmanuel. It warms my heart to know that you're enjoying the stream. Thank you very much, and I hope you're doing very well. What if she's a skipper? She's not a skipper. She was actually mad at me because months and months and months ago, a year ago, when I started playing Final Fantasy, and we needed to level for the Eden raid, so I leveled by watching Netflix on one screen and skipping everything on the other screen. She heard me talking to stream about skipping cinematics, and she was like, "Why would you skip the movies? Why would you skip the cinematics? They're the ones telling you the story." I agree with your viewers, Dad. They're right. So I know she wouldn't. She hasn't been traumatized. She hasn't been traumatized as I had by another MMO where failing to skip the cinematic is the trap. Alright, we're going to extract the core and take it back to Turncliffe. You want to pass on that trauma? Listen, anything to reduce the number of islands I had to do. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Man, her family. Such devastation. Sister and 2 brothers. I do feel bad for her. It's been hidden from her. She's been being lied to. Severa has taken care of Allie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. But the bonus is that we've saved one. I mean, I guess her brothers saved her, but if the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she is ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw her back is covered in welts and bruises. Oh, somebody's got to kill that son of a bitch. Not the girl. Her abuser. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruising. Oh my god. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. I was born in Wurlet 23 summers ago. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Wurlet, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an Imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear. And so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenosia, Galvus, and Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Wurlet. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what waited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans denied her treatment, claiming it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was nothing I could do. There was nothing left for me in Wurlet. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me, and it was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner of such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak. Yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station and prey on those they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood such as myself are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the All-Raw, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Okay, so... Until that moment... Canker is just an old word for cancer. Until that moment, I was willing to extend a little bit of the benefit of a doubt to Gaius about whether he knew about this. He was a legatus in their military. He was in a position of power and authority, trusted with significant military campaigns, but I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt until this moment. I was wondering why all of his adopted children were all raw. And here we hear they hold particular contempt for the all raw, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. So that makes me think that you knew that they were most likely to be victimized, harmed, and took some measures to protect the kids. You are indeed somewhat culpable. But, I mean, only somewhat. And you're making amends. Everyone can change. Everyone can make mistakes. This is a forgivable mistake. Man. It's not special. It's not extraordinary. It's nothing different from the rest of you, but I hate child abusers. Due to a lot of reasons. I mean, we all hate child abusers, yeah? We don't need reasons. Sorry, guys. We all have memories, yeah? That we try not to think about. I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdalin's turn to keep watch. Let's ask him if there's been any change. I suppose you were here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. It doesn't get better, I know. I lived it, and I prosecuted it, and I looked into the faces of the kids. It's fine. It's a game. I'll be fine. Ali, I am sorry. What happened to Rex was my fault. Melisandre and Rickon too, they died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Ellie, you must tell me all you know. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we parted. So much has happened, it seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next until eventually a man named Valens van Vara was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitek weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varys to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he's planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens van Varo. I must admit it was only recently that I first heard his name. Valens used his knowledge of Magitek to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, our boy, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. Where once you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin, Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes. To Valens and his men we are no more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. I'm gonna read it quietly, okay? And just click. Oh my god. My daughters ever didn't have me for help with something like this, I would die. Thank you, everyone, for being a little bit extremely understanding. Good. This has to be almost over, right? Yeah, of course it will help. Anyone would. He's not a hero for that. Oh, Gelly, seriously. I feel really bad for guys. It would break my heart to hear this from my child. Oh my god, you're gonna kill this guy. You're actually superhuman. I would have stabbed him right there. Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry, chat, that I am back. I couldn't read that. It would have just been... you wouldn't have understood what I was saying. So... I'm just praying that the scene is over. Thank you for doing the trial with me, but would anyone like to do some roulettes or something? For a little while? I can't go on with that right now. Holy fuck. How has no one sued? Listen, the story is enough in its own to have shambled me because of all the obvious reasons. I can't imagine my daughter telling me these things. But how has no one sued the writer of the fucking music for undue, unfair emotional distress? Just like they're holding you down and punching you at the same time. What should we do? I think I already did these, unless it's a new day. I guess it's a new day. Let's do a leveling roulette. You sign accepting the emotional damage in terms of service. Yeah, nobody ever reads those. Including me. They're called boilerplate for a reason. That was really hard. I'm not sure I'd still be sane if I was Gaius. Thank you for being supportive during this, my friends. Thank you for being willing to accept a little bit of stalling. I have to unshamble just a little bit. Just a little bit. We're just gonna push some buttons for a little bit and try to forget everything that just happened. Double healer. Oh yeah, how did I not notice that? Yeah, I'm just gonna get some XP on my white mage. My Queen doesn't need it. I'll just push some buttons a little bit. That's really hard. Because I mean I don't wanna shamble you guys, and my life story is what it is, but I got triple fucking whammied there. I lived through it when I was a child. And then I talked to children when I was doing their cases. Prosecuting their fucking evil fathers. And now I have to imagine my daughter having to do that. And not being there and couldn't tell you because you would stop us. That almost killed me. Imagining the idea of your child not being able to ask you for help with that is the worst thing I've ever experienced in this video. In this stupid, shitty weed game. Why would you say that? That's worse than anything they've said so far. That was so evil. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it's not realistic. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. I'm just saying that and it's not even like, I'm not saying, oh, only fathers understand, right? If you're oh, I didn't fix my buttons. Well, that's awkward. If your best friend was like dealing with the worst things ever and told you, oh, I couldn't ask you for help because I was worried you would stop me. You know, it's not even like it's just a parent thing. That was so hard. Your in-game's music running out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably very quiet right now. I want to pause to fix them. Oh, why are you leveling a white mage? Because I'm in healer prison. I'm in healer jail. I will have to play healer in the upcoming Savage tier, and I think white mage is probably a little bit better progression than Master Religion. So that's it. That's the whole reason. I forgot that I had changed my keybinds to make it so that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were sensible buttons. I needed to switch it real quick. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No, I really like Astrologian. I think Astrologian's extremely fun to play. It's extremely busy and committed to having a huge amount of decision making to do. And that decision making makes it difficult and fun and hard. And you become a better player. When you're doing a fight that requires you to execute mechanics and also pop 2 minutes and heal and do damage all at the same time. Astrologian is throwing out like 12 different OBCDs while smiting or healing, whereas White Mage is just smiting or healing, right? So the irony there is that while I think Astrologian is more entertaining to play and makes me a better player overall because, you know, you learn to do that stuff, you grow as a player when you force yourself to do well at it. For progression, it's ironically a little bit worse. Just for that reason. Because where it would take me 4 pulls to do White Mage, right? Learn how to execute the mechanic while also doing enough healing and doing damage. On Astrologian, it takes 10 or 15, you know? Because you want to execute the mechanic correctly while also picking the right people for your cards and putting out your damage in the right places and using the right options for these. So I think White Mage might be just a little bit better for progression. Maybe like 2 pulls faster overall for the group playing it. And the difference between them is extremely minor. We speed didn't run this dungeon we're doing the Shadowbringer raids. I did this dungeon just yesterday or the day before. It was really, really good. I enjoyed it. I must have done it a long time ago when prepping for Eden, but I didn't remember any of it. But I assume I did it. Assess higher RDPS. The RDPS difference between different jobs in this game are so unbelievably minor that, like, coming from WoW, it's like they aren't even there. You know? But, oh yeah, I'm not pushing buttons super well right now. But we're doing a wonderful job of distracting me. So, let's keep it up. They like to layer mechanics into many windows. I love that they do that. It's a really... A long time ago when I used to recruit healers when I was a healing officer in Limit, I would look at... My favorite fight to look at was Sisters of the Moon. And I would watch VODs or look at replays on logs of how they performed Sisters of the Moon, because you had to do really good healing while also doing really good mechanical gameplay. And you could tell a lot about the player by how good they are at doing healing, doing damage, and executing mechanics all at the exact same time. Something like, and so I like that when the game makes you do that, when it makes you not only perform mechanics or not only do damage, but also do them both at the same time. It's really stretching your abilities as a player. And as a personal player, it makes me a better player, and that's fun. It's a bigger challenge to overcome, which is also fun. And it just makes the fight more interesting and more challenging. I like it. But as a progression player who's trying to kill the fight as quickly as possible, what that means is that, you know, why not play the easier class and progress 2 pulls faster if it's going to do the same amount of work as the other one? It's the irony that's there. so many movement. Yeah, the lilies are like, I don't even know what to do with all these fucking lilies. I can't hold all these lilies. Here, I'm just gonna spend some. One more, why not? Nice, blood lily. We like it. Bat Squatch. I remember Bat Squatching like the other day. It may have been yesterday, I don't actually remember. I love this song. I feel like I could listen to Final Fantasy music all the time. They have so many good songs. Whoa, that's falling on me! That's okay, I'm fine. That's a benediction. Final Fantasy is top of my Spotify. Man, it's crazy. I never used to listen to the Final Fantasy music. I had never listened to it on Spotify, but now we go entire days of playing World of Warcraft and doing farm raids. And I just listen to Final Fantasy music through the entirety of my WoW farm raids. I hope that one won't fall on me. I love video game music in general because video game music is epic, you know? I like epic music. Movie music, video game music, action-driven music. One of the best soundtracks I ever listened to is for a very, very, very small indie game called something. I don't remember. It was about. Hold on, I need to look at Steam. This is gonna kill me. Something with an S. Something about demons. Helltaker doesn't have an S. Helltaker. Helltaker's soundtrack is so good. It's just a little short, fun game, a nice little dancing puzzle game, kind of. But the soundtrack really makes it. Can you turn background music down a little bit? Yeah, I can turn it down a little bit. Turn my desktop down a little bit, since I'm probably quieter than usual right now. Playing horny games. I mean, Helltaker is indeed a little bit of a horny, sexy demons game. Can't deny it. You guys missed out when a long time ago, not even that long ago, I was streaming to like 20 people every day, and I played a game called Confessions, and man, that game is horrifyingly explicit for an innocent Midwestern boy like me. But we played it on stream all the way through, and I gave truthful answers the entire time. Confessions? Yeah, Confessions is like this game that just asks you to tell the truth about stuff, and they ask you questions, and some of them are like, oh my god. Have you played Hades? No, I bought it the other month. I went through a phase of playing a bunch of different games, and people suggested games, and I bought Hades, but I haven't played it yet. Where's the VOD? long gone years ago. Time to replay it. I can't replay it. There are questions. There are questions in that game like how many sexual partners have you had? And the answer was embarrassing then, and since it hasn't changed, it's even worse now. We cannot play that game on stream. Have you ever tried Persona? No. Just lie? I could lie. The problem is that I feel like several of you would know if I was lying. I have a hard time hiding. Like, my voice fucking smiles, you know what I mean? Everyone always knows. It's hard to hide it. Of course you know. I've been trolling you all day about America. Myth love of your life in one shot. Well, everyone thinks that, yeah? Everyone thinks that. At the time. And then you learn. I don't believe in one single love of your life anymore. I think that, and this is probably different for different people, but I think that there's probably hundreds of people that you could love and live with and be happy with. Which is good news, because it means that there's not just one that you have to find, right, guys? Right? This is good? Right? Surely? Someday? Can't relate, I have sex with all the people. I believe you because you're on Twitch chat. People die alone every day. That's true, but I mean, it's also true that some people die having always been alone, but I feel like it's probably rare. Like, when you die, that's just one unfortunate moment of your life. You had all the other moments. You die alone, you die rich, you die poor. You die in all kinds of ways that aren't illustrative of your entire life. Right? That's probably true. How would any of us fucking know though? We're not dead. He's trying to kill me. We might be dead. I don't think you're dead. I think you're all AIs. But it's hard to believe you're AIs after what happened over the last hour. You'd be pretty fucking empathetic AIs, I have to admit. What if we're dead inside? If we were dead inside, we all wouldn't have just had this unbelievably depressing crying session together. If we were dead inside, Final Fantasy wouldn't be nearly as impactful of a game. I cry, therefore I am. How real can you get? That's as real as you can get. Alright, what should we do next? You guys want to do a main scenario one? And then maybe do some more gaming after that? Main scenario is good times, right? Can you come to the locks? You'll have to be more specific. Where do I find the locks? Erebania, okay. And then the bottom one is closest. I'll be able to see when I get there. Oh, back to the port. What are we doing over here? I need to bind a mount instead of a broom. There we go. Oh my god, you are so sweet, Arya. The orchestrion role that I was asking how I get. It's beautiful. Thank you for the present. That song is super good. Okay, let's do a main scenario. Oh, someone wants to leave. That is completely fine. No worries. Thank you for doing the dungeon with me. Keep streaming and you get stuff. It's true. Streamer privilege is real. Like Gaius. Can you imagine if we end up fighting the ultimate weapon again? Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Astra Meridianum. This will be fun. We have to fight Livia, who was a bad person. Although now you have to wonder. She killed Neuraxia though. My original villains, you know, were people like Livia who killed Neuraxia. Yeah, she was obsessed with Gaius. Her voice acting during the encounter with her in the original story in ARR was very, very clingy. He is mine. No one else can have him. I might need to heal you. There we go. Just paladin things. Oh, the tank is a pug. Hello, my friend. I will heal you. Giving him a heart attack. He pushed his hallowed ground, and then I pushed benediction, and it was real good. But I will watch him a little bit more closely. This is a low-level dungeon. And I hadn't even noticed, so I don't have a lot of buttons. I should actually push some heals. Right now, the tank and I, you guys don't even know. Golroy and I are boys. And or girls. Either one. Like, he's so happy that I understood that I should do maximum damage while he exploited his cooldowns, and like, he knew I was gonna benediction him. We've got that connection, you know? Thoughts on Eden? I think that the Eden raids are really good, and the Eden story is the weakest of the raid stories I've done so far. But the fights were excellent, both cinematically and experientially. You want to rewatch the highlights? I don't know if I do or not. Like, I enjoyed doing the Savage fights. They were awesome. I remember them very fondly. I loved eating Savage. But I did this as a way to understand the story and understand its context within the wider story. And now, you know, I understand that there is none. I don't feel any compelling need to go back and watch the Savage fights. I've done what I wanted to. Remember the Shiva's kill? The Shiva kill is my go-to proof that even an Astrologian's melees matter. That's the fight that proves my point. Turn on your free auto attacks. This guy's getting a little bit crushed. But we just swift cast the cure on him and it's all good. He's kind of shooting him. Want to do weapons on X? Me too, Katie. I do too. And I may post in the Final Fantasy group Discord and see if anyone wants to do one before we start DSR back up. And if they don't, maybe I mean, I want to finish MSQ first, but I wouldn't mind maybe doing a blind run with some folks from stream if Roger and Scripe aren't interested. That would be fun. There had to be raid story at the bottom. It's true. In a game as good at story as Final Fantasy is, it isn't like it's embarrassing that something's the worst. Something has to be the worst story. And Final Fantasy story is of such uniformly high quality that I'm not gonna be mad about it. Look at this tank, he's an owner. Cycling cooldowns and everything. Him and I have such a good bond. He trusts me and I trust him. Don't forget to commend. I don't think I've ever commended anyone. I'll gladly commend Golray. What do you think I do when I tank? Persea, I watched you solo the boss. I just assumed world-class competence from you. It's no big deal. It makes it less cool, right? It makes if you shoot a basket over your head backwards while walking away and swish it through the net, yeah? It's more cool to walk away calmly not saying a word than to be like, oh my god, did you see what I did? And you and me, we're just too cool to comment on, right? Humor privilege never having to commend. Why would you have to commend? I don't think I've ever commended ever. What would make me commend? XP? Challenge logs? I don't know what a challenge log is. This is so wholesome. All of you guys who are like, take a break, you're so wise. The music is uplifting, pushing buttons is cathartic. I almost feel as though I weren't emotionally shattered an hour ago. You have challenge log unlocked? I have no idea what it is, so probably not. XP, listen, You just said that I don't have it unlocked, which my highly trained brain recognizes implies that it requires some kind of process to unlock. And if it requires a process to unlock, that process itself is a cost, which means that it's not free XP. Y'all just got lawyered. I know it's embarrassing, but you're gonna have to live with it. Rich unlocked it? Yeah, but Rich... Guys, it's so unfair to hold a streamer to the standards of another streamer. Rich is a triple legend. He has cleared 3 ultimates. I can't even clear 1! Why would you hold me to that standard? That's so toxic. All I do is wipe in DSR. I don't have any glowy weapons. Rich is a better raider than you. The proof is in the pudding, don't you think? He probably has his immunity back, right? I believe in him. Yeah, I chickened out. I wasn't sure. I chickened out. So you got rid of the clicky noises. I tried getting rid of it, but it's too... In order to get rid of the clicky noises, you also have to get rid of all system sounds, including countdowns and like fight beginning and queue popping and everything. And that's too big of a cost. It's too big of a cost. Diverting all power to cannons. You like the weapons? I really enjoyed the weapon fights. Yes. I'm currently extremely unhappy with Whirlit. And there's a Legatus who requires killing. My lord was quite taken with you and the power you possess. I could not help but wonder whom this prince among men might be. Only to discover you are only another adventurer. No better than the multitude. Libby was an adopted child. Well, I'm not sure that that's true, at least according to the MSQ that I've been playing, or the story I've been playing. They said she was another protege, right? Maybe she was another adopted child, but I hope not, because that would be kind of creepy. And by kinda, I mean very. Legatus? Legatus is just a word for a general. It's the Empire of Garlemald is extremely based on the Empire of Rome, and they have Roman ranks and Roman names. A Legatus commands a legion. A legion is an army division. Legatus. Pronunciation, Andes. Yeah, I finished Emerald, and we've learned, you know, kind of the truth of the motivations of the children. They were not clear to us for a long time, right? Originally it seemed like that Gaius's adopted children were just imperial fanatics, supporters of the Empire. And in that light, I had very little sympathy or interest in them. But now it's been revealed that they are in fact freedom fighters and abuse victims and champions of the downtrodden and oppressed. Whoops, I should go there and then there. Which means that they're also going to be part of our coalition of the willing when we rouse all the nations of the world to go in and institute regime change in Garlemald. I feel like this is the same as being over there. In the original story, she was strongly implied. I agree. In the original ARR, it very strongly implied that she was in a physical relationship with Gaius for two reasons. First, the whole my quarters, and then second, her kind of obsession with him being hers. That seemed like a kind of possessiveness that often implies a sexual relationship. I agree that it was implied. But it wasn't said for sure. Hey, holy 3, let's go. And glare mastery. One-sided crush? It could be a one-sided crush, I don't know. They never said. They left it kind of open. Oh shit, I forgot to comment. See, I tell you, I can't remember these things. Thank you for the orchestrion music roll from Moebius. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Can't command preformed groups. The tank wasn't in a preformed group, so I was gonna try, but I forgot. I always forget. Doesn't bring us as killing her. I don't mind killing her. It's possible that she was a victim of abuse, right? It's conceivable. They exist in the world. You don't always know. But being a victim of abuse is, though it's often an explanation for becoming an abuser, it's never a justification for it. I did not mind killing her in ARR because she was a bad person who tortured and killed innocents. And she killed our friend Noraxia. Doubtful she's abused. I don't know, right? Abuse happens. Regardless of situation in every strata of society, it happens. It's everywhere. Rare, but it's everywhere. You're not immune to it by being a particular culture, ethnicity, gender, race, size. It doesn't matter, it happens. So, all I'm saying is that it doesn't justify future offenses. It can explain them, and it can be a reason for compassion for them, but it doesn't justify them. It's Yatsu all over again. Yatsu was treated horrendously, and she's a victim because of that, and she deserves our sympathy for that, but it doesn't justify her subsequent torture and murder of innocents herself. Do you believe in capital punishment? No, I do not. I mean, I believe in it in the sense that I know it exists. Like, I believe in it like I believe in trees, but I don't support it. Believing in trees, I know. The kinds of things you run into on the internet, these wild beliefs. Trees, round worlds, individual liberty. There's some strange beliefs out there, guys. You gotta watch out for them. Freedom for your body. Don't be ridiculous. Back to Whirl It. I don't know, guys. Oh no, Persea! Hold on, I need to... There's an unfortunate view if I'm looking from that direction. Or maybe it's a fortunate one. Your 12-hour mark? Man, I was planning on streaming for a long time today because I started early. And I'm not like tired, you know? It's not the end of my workday. I'm not tired. But I do admit that I don't think I'm ready to go back to Whirl It right now. Finish it today and be done? I really don't know about that, man. It's not the worst idea, but I just don't think so right now. I would just be shambled again immediately, and we'd be back where we were. I'd be crying. You'd be all hearting. You'd be like, take a break. I'd be like, yeah, let's wait until tomorrow. I'll get some more emotional resistance, and then I'll be laughing the whole way through. It'll be fine. So we have a horrible start. So tomorrow we're doing Mythic Plus from 1400 to 1800, which is 7 in the morning. That's hours after I'll be awake. So I'll be streaming early again tomorrow, probably at the very latest by noon European time, which would be 2 hours before Mythic Plus. So I could do 2 hours of weapons into Mythic Plus into finish, and then that would be a nice big break in the middle as well. I think that's the plan. No? Is it going to be bad because it's like a long chain of stories and we don't want to stop in the middle? Crying in Mythic Plus? Boys can wonder why you're crying in voice comms? Oh man. Well, then maybe I'll just work on some white mage leveling tomorrow instead. Maybe I could continue the regular MSQ. Will that be disruptive to the timeline? Hold on. What does this say? Exclamation mark MSQ. Eden weapons MSQ 5.4 to end. So I could just do that, right? We could just go do MSQings. And then go back and finish weapons after. Okay. Alright. Well, we can do that right now then. Let's go. Thank you very much for doing the keys with me. That is a huge frickin' shield. Probably the most emotional you've been since the jailer story. Yeah, the jailer got me good. I remember that moment when we killed the jailer, got world first, second time in a row, won the expansion, and I was like, nice, that was good. So invested. I still don't know who the jailer is. What's he the jailer of? I feel like he was supposed to be locked away in the maw or something, so isn't he the jailed, not the jailer? Alright guys, thank you for doing the MSQ roulette with me. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go do 5.4 for a little bit. And come back to weapons tomorrow after Mythic Plus. How are you getting all those jobs leveled up so fast? Oh, I'm a diligent farmer, you know? Don't pay any attention to the fact that they're all level 80. That's not the relevant point to focus on. The relevant point to focus on is how diligent I am to have these jobs. I swiped a scholar, which also gave me a summoner and a dark knight, so that I could do the quest line about the old warriors of darkness, the role quests, right? And then this morning I woke up at 2 in the morning and I didn't want to start doing MSQings because I had promised I wouldn't start till 5. So I swiped a white mage to level it because I want to play Robin in the next Savage. Robin is my main. Robin is the character I identify with. I've never identified with an MMO character like this before, and Robin is my main. DSR is the last boss I'm going to clear with Jesse, the Astrologian. So in order to play Robin in the next tier, I need to have a healer ready to go. So I was like, I might as well do that. Could do void quests. I don't know what those are. Didn't they used to be in the MSQ command? I don't know. What if you haven't cleared DSR before next Final Fantasy raid tier? Come on, we're professional video game players. We'll for sure clear DSR after we start playing again. Probably, if I were to guess, I would say 10 days. Continuation of Silas' story. That sounds really good. We could do that too. I've already kind of made up my mind though. I'm gonna do the next step of the MSQ, and then we'll do void quests or whatever. We'll fill the time from now until Mythic Plus tomorrow, and then after Mythic Plus, we will finish weapons. And then it's likely that after I finish weapons, I'll be done for the day. I'm guessing. So let's go continue MSQ. MSQ tonight, into Void Quest tomorrow before dungeons, into dungeons, into weapons. Yeah, it's a plan. It sounds good to me. Oh. Was it worth bringing our man back? Which one? Graha? For sure. We're glad to have Graha back. I feel really bad about how I answered him because I thought that Robin doing the ... and looking at him would be cute and make him laugh, but it made his ears go down. I chose poorly. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be cute. That's what Robin would do, and like Graha's his boy, and Graha would know and laugh, but actually made him sad. Go back to the inn and redo the cutscene. That's tempting. That's tempting. Can we rewrite history? Can we have a conversation with Graha reprisal? Greetings, Robin. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use our pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? I didn't know his ears dropped down. No one chooses that.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I have a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
Man, I'm all for any and all armed incursions into Garlemald right now.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be
For
assured
freedom?
that thou
Hell
shalt find me
yes.
more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
It's a little mean of them to make fun of Thancred for not being able to use magic. It's not his fault. If anyone's, it's Stola's fault, and she's laughing at him.
Welcome back, everyone.
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
Did we not tell her anything?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Amen. She's a liberator. A freedom fighter. A well-armed
I don't
militia.
believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
He's not an Archon, Kryl.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Yeah, he is. But Lise isn't. I didn't say he's not. I said she's not.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
But, I mean, she may not be an Archon, but she did used to play one to her friends. So, it's alright.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
I agree. He's a good boy.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I had
did
missed it, but
glance at
Kryl
the
was trolling
report.
her a little bit.
But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
That's okay, Lise. Robin doesn't understand it either.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
An excellent summary. She's
Shorn
got the
of their
gist.
unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
Well, not I know. Robin's
I'll
friends
take
thinks
that as a
he's
yes.
smarter than he is because he nods so much. He looks wise.
Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
Yeah, that is weird.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, After Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
First time hearing swathe pronounced like that. I mean, I've never heard the word said aloud either. Too many words that we only use in books.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
I thought it would be a swath of land.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the tempered.
Hog. I've wondered since the very first time that we killed the soldiers that were tempered by Ifrit, if there was a way to cure the tempered instead of killing them. I was intrigued by the sylphs, who tolerate their tempered instead of killing them, and by Shiva's followers.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
Alice is so good. Let's go.
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alize, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
You remember,
I'll do my
Hydra.
best.
Hybrid. It seemed weird
I
to
was
just murder
hoping
them.
you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Oh, please, Alice. We've been doing stuff together since Coils.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Why is everyone being weird?
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Why is Ishtal so mean?
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
He is being a little weird just because he's so in his head, right?
We shall be on our way then.
He's not comfortable enough yet with everyone's liking him to be self-assured in his relationships with all of us. He's constantly second-guessing the nature and quality of his relationships with all of us. So he's very in his head about this, and it makes him awkward and endearing and awkward. Guys, I know exactly what that's like. When I set out to save Ulrich, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alice, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Beck-Lug will remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. Interpreted it as his younger self giving him a jovial personality. I think it's true. I feel like his several hundred-year-old soul, which included 100 years of governing a city-state, gave him a gravitas and self-confidence that his current self has kind of reverted out of. I wonder how much his body being imbued with the memories of the other Graha has been more of a merge than an overtaking. Before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Alligans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And what if what we seek to be found anywhere, it will surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility. Back to Azisla, where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azisla, which means we'll be needing an airship. Is there a reason why Tataru is here? Ah, there we go. She's finally speaking up. He. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you, and come prepared to travel. I wasn't being mean to her. I was just wondering. She was just watching everyone talk and not saying anything. But now we know why she's there. She's going to arrange transportation. Char's our friend. Tataru is our crafter. The in-house crafter is a mandatory part of any hardcore raiding team. Can't do it without her. Oh, interesting. Keys tomorrow got delayed by 1 hour, so we're doing keys starting at 1500. 1500 to 1800 is Mythic Plus. Only 3 hours of World of Warcraft tomorrow. Alright, so MSQ is speak with Tataru in Mordana. Am I really doing that? I'm not doing that. Yeah, Tataru's watching. She would be really mad if I wasted 100 gil doing that. That is a, that looks like a pink airship. Oh, I can't pose on it with Robin? I want to take a picture on the pink airship. How did you enjoy weapons? We're still not talking about our recent trauma. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones and named her for luck and prosperity. Understandable, have a nice day. Yep. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship. I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper. He. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azisla. But enough talk. It's time to fly. All aboard. Can see her the whale. She's probably just too drunk, right? The little lady likes her booze. Long stream. I did part of weapons, and then I think it's fair to say that we all broke down, right? We don't need to pay attention to any individual in the chat or the stream or the chat. I would say we all needed a break, not, you know, any one person. I don't know what you guys think, but that's how I think about it. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Totaro has outdone himself. Mostly the chat. Exactly, Heavy Binder. Exactly, I agree. Can see the stream. Oh man, Shotgun. People had 4 months. Yeah. Whew. Jesus. I'm sorry, guys. For those of you who are breaking because of me and for me instead of the MSQ, I am sorry. Hopefully, it was more of shared therapy than just shared suffering. Hopefully, it was pain shared as pain lessened. Yeah. Here we are on Aziz's Law, and Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. You validate my suffering? Yeah, that's probably true. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... yes. I believe I have my bearings. Are you Canadian? No, I'm Midwestern. Though this is my first time on Aziz's Law, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an aetheryte beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. I know it helps you there's someone there. You're right, Sarag. You are right. It's true, it was comforting to see you guys, you know, sending love while I was crashing and burning. Class action lawsuit win. Yeah, I've already started working on it. I saw you over there, Persei. I don't think I didn't. Alright, guys. Aziz's Law music. Huge fan. Yeah, I know it's not yet, but it'll be as soon as we start flying around. Stop flying. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm supposed to pretend I can't fly anywhere. Here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed, let us see what this report has to say. Confounded heckin' tarnation it? The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No. Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid, but it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? We need to find the backup files. It's probably in the cloud. It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at Habisphere Control. Let's return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the metacutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forgot you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. Owen's name is so plain. It is, but I like the name Owen. I think Owen's a really nice name. Owen. Oh my god, this plane. I love flying this plane. It does tricks. Do a trick. Alright, now it's just doing nothing. Well, now I'm bored. You have to land? Hey, do I have to land? Oh my god, look at that! Ah! It's so cool, man. I gotta learn to fly in more places. Banging music, though. World first mesmerized by transforming out. It's funny what's happened to me since playing Final Fantasy. I'm taking screenshots, hanging out with my friends, posing, going in first person to look at my face, watching cinematics. It's weird. It's almost like it's a story game and an RPG that creates immersion and an investment in character and all these other concepts that I didn't believe really existed in video games. Hiding UI in battle. It's so good sometimes. You remember that trial that I did it in first? Oh, that was gorgeous. It was so beautiful done without a UI. I loved it. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. Yeah, Bahamut was a beautiful fight. Yeah, I missed the RP test. It's true. I did a dungeon that way too. Had UI and DSR. I mean, what do you need? Why do you need a UI and DSR? It's not like they show you what's going to blow up and where anyway. It'd be fine. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... The only issue with hiding the UI and DSR is that I wouldn't be able to heal Frago and Netro through the tank busters. Every tank buster in the Thordan phase requires usually 2 Celestial Intersections, an Exaltation, and an Essential Dignity, or they die. I wouldn't be able to do that without a UI. I could turn it off in between, I bet. Also, I'm playing Astrologian. I couldn't do that at all. I have to play cards. Who am I going to put cards on? I guess myself. Oh, actually, this sounds good. It's not like we're logging. My friends will never know. It should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Happisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the 4th Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Surely there must be some other way of gaining access. Force, for example. After all, why shouldn't I keep it? Yes, Ivory. It's mine. Before we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through the control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart releasing the locks. He's literally gonna turn it off and then back on. The classic customer support solution. Think Red Jeet's ever auto-attacked with Ast? I auto-attack every single pull for every single moment of the fight that I can stay in melee range. Yes. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they're known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. During the damage buff on Thordan, in cooldowns, divination's up, bard buffs are up, chain stratagem is up. I crit the boss for 12. You could say I melee pretty hard. I remember when someone I first said that and Roger was like, 12 what? 1200? 12,000? Oh, Roger. You seem to recall. Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspect of ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I feel compelled to melee range as Red Mage. Yeah, but you should never... It is only free DPS if you lose nothing doing it. If you ever find yourself moving to melee more in a way that costs you like a better global or a better position to deal with mechanics or anything like that, then it's not worth it. I don't even do that as an AST, right? I only do it when it's actually free. Because it's so minimal. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant, but beware of sprites. They're wont to manifest where the ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return with a shard wins. What do you say? Synchronized nodding. Very well. It would be my honor to come third. Okay, bro. Yay, the airplane. Alright. I need to find a stagnant lightning and defeat the lightning sprites. Best stamina confirmed. Yeah, he clearly doesn't have the attitude of a world first raider. You gotta come first. It's always a race, and you always want to win. As if you're not winning, you're losing. Does Mrs. Jessie feel the same way? I wonder if the answer might in fact be no, but you'd have to ask her. Whoever's currently... I can't do it. Never mind. Never mind. I can't. Maybe that's the reason that she's the ex-Mrs. Jessie. Bravo, that was quite a show adventure. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The lightning shard is yours. Come on, Graha. Do you remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you'd better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Robin, for bringing me here. Bro, you're a strong, independent scion who ruled a city for 100 years. Nobody brought you here. You can do whatever you want. Oh, ghost cactus. He's an honest boy. He's so in his head, and it's cute, and we love him. But I do hope that he grows more self-assured in the relationship he has with all of us. Hey, Bright. It appears Alice had no luck. Victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? A lightning shard that dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Imposter syndrome? Yeah. True. Look at all those dancers. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? I have a really long stick. That's a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Robin, and not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come, we should attend to our mission. Somehow I ended up here on Ozzy Slaw with both of the young people that overly admire Robin. A quest tracker UI. Yeah, a map that points exactly where to go. No, Katie, that's the point of the joke. That's the point of the joke. We don't. They were asking, is that how she felt? And the joke is, maybe not. And and maybe that's why. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Haposphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. Hey, Smoke. In light of which, pray leave the rest to us. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Guys, I can only imagine how difficult it is to date someone or try to have a relationship with someone who insists on finishing first. A world first racer always has to come first. Nothing for it but to sit tight. Competitive personalities, eh? Now I'm just envisioning some poor schmuck. I won! I won again! No, you loser. That's not what winning means in this context. Things you have to sacrifice, I know, right? We did not quit DSR, we're going back into DSR in July. Probably July 11th, I believe. We're waiting for the MDI to be over. Lightning does nothing for your hair. Yeah, Robin's complexion is not flattered by this atmosphere. I'm sure this Owen fellow is very learned, but iconic corruption overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. One person takes a second to breathe and the other berates them over uptime. Oh my god. We need to not extend this metaphor any further. It could get very naughty. Uptime is important. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphanose was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. Finish in 15 seconds. Don't even think about your parse, think about your DPS. Finish in 15 seconds. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Shalion's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leader member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rouse. Rouse? I've never heard this word used, right? I know that in England, British, like British English, row or row means argument, but I don't know how you say it. Is it a row? The rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief. And I admire him for it. It's common here? Yeah, it's never used here. I only know it from books. Rouse. Rhymes with cows. I should like to have met the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. You're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldesian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Rhymes with BOW. That doesn't help because BOW is both bow and bow. So exactly. I need my American English. I considered it no more than the means... That's a joke. No more than... True, fair enough. No more than the means to an end at the time. I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. That's some of that there British humor. We only laugh at American jokes. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved, but enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. It never ceases to amuse me. It's but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Yunai said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. One item found. Iconic corruption, an overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well then, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Yeah, right. Let's see. Glory be to Alag. That sounds like a no. Long live Emperor Zandy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confoundin' tarnation, heck it! Come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... Password. Speak, friend, and enter. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did that thing just call me? There's no way it's Wild Rose, right? Man, what kind of a coincidence would that be? That was the original password given to us by Fancred, I think? To introduce us to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I gotta say it. I gotta say it. It was Minfilia? I thought we used it with Minfilia. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it is them. Yeah, I mean, it called her a handmaiden. She's probably pretty pissed. Come, let's bear the node back to the Rising Stones. Meatballs, fish pie, silky pudding, or money. I don't know that I like the idea of a herring pie. Silky with an IE, which I don't know what that would be. The only silkies that I know of are like mythological sea creatures that can transform between seals and humans. I don't know what kind of pie that would make. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Fish pie can be nice. I don't think I've ever had a fish pie. But savory pies are significantly rarer, I feel like, in the United States and other parts of the world. Like shepherd's pie isn't really a thing here unless you're going to some kind of, you know, Irish pub or something. Hee hee hee. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Yeah, chicken pot pie is a thing here, but that's like the only thing, right? Still, let's go. Hand pies? I wonder if you'd consider like a hot pocket of pie. It's bread wrapped around savory filling. Hot pocket is sandwich. Hot pocket is ravioli. Hot pockets are meat Pop-Tarts. I mean, I don't eat these things. They're like Hot Pockets simultaneously taste bad and burn your mouth inevitably every single time you bite into one. Don't eat them. Wonderful news, Robin. Totaro contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kryl? They're called Hot Pockets? Yeah, it's true. The burning is good. Yeah, true. Can't taste it. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third Legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they've received a substantial financial backing from House Brutus, which we've heard that name before. Brutus. Asahi, right? Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Nod. Xenos' movements remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once again. I'm not sure I agree with this as a matter of strategy. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. That's good. We were constantly instigating this cycle of primal summoning by pressuring and displacing the tribes, which then feel pressured and threatened, so they summon a primal, so we come in and kill a bunch of them along with their primal, so they feel threatened. It's real bad. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lominsons in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Ishtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. On that cheery note, want to make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite. I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. Real quick, guys, I'm going to stall for a moment to say thank you for some support. I haven't done that in a very long time today. Crimson, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Vector, thank you for the sub as well. Hammerjazz, thank you for the 2 months of support. Glad you joined the stream. I'd Bang Katarina, I appreciate the prime sub. Safin, thank you for the sub. Ives Napalm, thank you very much. Asmalia, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate the support. I'm grateful that you're enjoying the stream. I'm thankful for the support. Mookstar, thank you for the 2 months. That Dalglish guy, thank you for the gifted sub. And Fatuhi, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I truly appreciate the support. I'm grateful, my friends. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. It means a lot to me that you feel it's worth paying for my groceries in order to experience my pain. Guys, that was his name. Not it's I didn't say it. It was his name. Don't say it like that. I was gonna laugh after, but I couldn't. This afternoon hurt. I've been recruited into your guys' club of therapy and suffering. And to be fair, I walked in, full willing, eyes open. Sid! Are they gonna hug? Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. I didn't finish, Vi. If an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? Well, well. A treatment for tempering. For the next step, you need to find the password to this Allegan's report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly. And thus we turn to you. I'd love to say we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an Allegan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Oh, they just had one right here. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Wow, none of us guessed that. I was going to say courage. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? Man, Owen's password is freedom. A great American. After all, if you say freedom enough, you don't have to actually provide it. I would, milady. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview Password Freedom. That's what you'd expect in the Allegan Empire. Certainly from a, Imperial bootlicker, but I imagine, in fact we know, that there was a resistance to the Allegan Empire, and it's quite conceivable that our friend Owen was part of it. And I just can't resist the story of a rebel against Imperial oppressors. A good old-fashioned revolution. Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. Oh, he's purty. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in an equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. When a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. Whoa. By way of example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause the subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. We fought him when we did Warring Triad, right? As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Wow. I think that's kind of new. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner, the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects. An endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption. And in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision. And for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I recorded in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. Not even the Alligans were able to find a cure, or were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do nothing to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. We would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation, that is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. Yep, he had to infuse his blood into the crystals. They did. You are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. Nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we could conduct years of tests in just a few days. That sounds like skipping to me. Thank you, Findelia. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Yeah, they're skipping weeks of research done in just days. Sounds like swiping to me. Tell me, Sid, why do you think Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait, a password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. He wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective, I believe their motto was freedom through technology or something. They keep saying the magic word, guys. You two, round up as many Magitek terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh? While Graha, T, and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Oh, we can do some fetchings. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals, and ice shards to keep them cool. The more, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering shard spree. In that case, I'll trust Robin and Alice with the ceruleum. Here is a promissory note for each of you. There's the money we need to buy the ceruleum. Take them to the Sky Steel manufacturing in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe? If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. It's true, Ishgard loves me. Yes, ceruleum is essentially oil. Another reason to invade Garlemald. Okay, so we're getting oil and ice to run the computers to simulate the tests to figure out how to cure tempering. An excellent plan. Excellent plan. I think that I'm gonna call it here. It's not the best stopping point, but it's a decent one. It's an okay one. It's like an okay one, right? We're in a little breathing point. We're gonna go on a fetch quest. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do stuff with the tests. I'm not right before any kind of trial or dungeon or anything. I think we're gonna stop it here. So the schedule tomorrow will be, I will start playing at 5 a.m. US Central Time, 12 noon EU Central Time. We're going to do 3 hours of MSQ and MSQ adjacent activities. Continue the MSQ, maybe do void quests, anything except weapons, right? And then from 1500 to 1800 or so, we're going to do about 3 hours of Mythic Plus. And then afterwards, we are going to finish weapons. It will be completely fine because, you know, I'm a emotionally resilient Midwestern descendant of Puritans and can bottle those emotions up just with the best of them. You don't even have to worry about it. And then afterwards, we will probably write in my pink polka dotted tear stained diary for a while. Maybe do some roulettes or something. That'll be the plan. I want to say thank you to everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly enjoyed having you watch while I went through the unbelievably painful emotional damage inflicted on me by this video game today. So I'm glad that you were here to enjoy it with me, and we'll get right back into it tomorrow. I'm having a wonderful time, and I hope you are too. I hope that you guys have an excellent evening, and I will see those of you that want to in the